your skin and just represent what's real to you.
I'm very much in a space right now where I'm not doing anything that's going to compromise my peace and happiness. So I think just taking control, making sure you like maintain your power, don't give your power away to anybody. That I feel like is the key to like truly being happy.
Hey, bro, you better get ready to buckle up because this shit don't get no easier, bro. Once you think the grind gets easier, come on, bro, you silly, man. This grind's only for the strong ones, bro. And if you weak, I suggest you go ahead and leave. It's tough, but it's true. Be safe.
Until you figure that, find you a hustle, make your money, and like you gotta have something figured out. Like you gotta have a goal. You just gotta work towards. You gotta manifest. So like it's a whole lot of power on your tongue, and you just gotta speak it into existence and work.
You gotta be cool not ever being recognized. You gotta be comfortable with that and not feel a way about it as long as we get into the check.
I think you just gotta know what you stand for and know what you represent, know what's true to you. Because you can't please everybody, you can't be everything to everybody, but you could be true and you could be yourself and comfortable in your skin and just represent.
What's happening, everybody? It's your boy Kreative. Go ahead, say it with me. We are back at it again to do what? To create something great. Now, today I'm super excited what I have planned for y'all today. We're going to be finishing up SONA. Now, SONA is our AI agent that we're creating. SONA stands for Smart Option News Analyst. So imagine that you're watching CSNBC or reading the Financial Times or even going over The Economist, right? Sometimes those financial jargons could be a bit too much. So what we're looking to do is being able to create an AI agent that can parse all this information, right? Aggregate it, parse it for us, and deliver it to us in a way such that it's digestible. We can understand what's going on in the market real time, and we can communicate with it somewhat like ChatGPT in a sense. And we're going to be using different LLM models, and LLM stands for large language models, right? So I'm super excited what we had planned for y'all. I did start this, so this is part 3 of the iteration. If you want to check out the description, it does have part 1 and 2 for you. So let's go ahead and jump in. So I'm going to be using Cursor. In addition to Cursor, I'm going to be using Claude Code. So my name is Kreative. I've only been doing this process. I'm streaming, right, for about, I'm going to call it 4 months now, right? And I began my coding journey April of last year. So if you're watching, this is 2026, February 2nd. And I began my coding journey on April of 2025. So just under a year, right, that I've been doing this, and I've been sharing with y'all my process. So I just want y'all to see how I'm creating different algo agents, how I'm creating different AI agents, algo trading bots, and sometimes we'll infuse a little bit of machine learning in there, right? So sometimes I say this to say is that sometimes there will be moments I will get things wrong, right? I'm not going to hold you, but sometimes I'm going to rely on y'all to be able to assist when it comes to like building out these different projects, right? But nonetheless, this is more so a community effort. So let's jump on into this. So like I said before, we're going to be using Cursor, and with inside Cursor, I'm going to be using Claude Code. So give us a second. I have to open up that folder. It's inside Option, baby. And then let's go find SONA. Here's SONA. All right, so here's SONA. What I'm going to do is first, let's just go over a few things, and then after we go over it, and maybe just look at a few of the files that we already have, some of the agents that I'm going to be bringing in Claude Code. So our vision is your AI trading desk co-pilot that watches the market 24/7 and explains what's happening like a human analyst, right? It creates professional content that we can share with the world, maybe. Our mission is to be able to transform raw market data into actionable intelligence and shareable content, making institutional grade analysis accessible to all traders while building an audience through automated content creation. That's still a maybe. Right, our target, I'm going to be the only one using this, and maybe I'll share this during different streams, and it's depending how quality the content is, right? Maybe I'll create a Twitter for Sona, and like they'll be able to tweet whenever there's something that they want to share. Real-time intelligence and historical context, right? I'm still maybe on the weekly content generation, but I just put it in there just in case we wanted to do it. We currently have 19 providers from Thinkorswim. We have Alpaca, Theta Data, FMP. We're bringing in a lot of providers, right, to be able to get this done. So let's review some of our agents. We have a bear agent. This agent's main job is to be able to make an argument for the bear position. What is a bear? A bear is a type of market condition that lets us know that we think that the market is going down, right? Or we think that the market is going down. So whenever you hear somebody is bearish, they think that the market or the underlying price is heading on a downwards trend, right? So we created an AI agent, and that AI agent takes the persona of Elena Vasquez, a CRO at a $50 billion pension fund, 25 years on Wall Street, survived the 2008 and the 2020 market crash. So this is what their aim is. Their aim is to be able to make make an argument for the bears, also have one for the bulls. And the bulls think that the market is going to go up. That one is played by Nigel Hashworth. We have a capital agent. This capital agent allows us to be able to see what congressional money and the legislative analysis. So whenever you hear somebody, oh, what is the Pelosi trades talking about? Or, oh, I want to see what Tupperville is trading, or I want to see if Cory Booker is in the market, right? This agent allows us to be able to do that using FMP. The commentary agent that brings it all together. Then we have the Delta detector. What are any changes that's going on live in the market right now? We have our inside watchdog agent. This agent main job is to be able to see if there's any upcoming IPOs, any mergers or acquisitions that we need to be aware of. Insider trading, right? And then this is our mergers and acquisition agent. This agent's main job is to be able to see if there's any upcoming M&As, any IPOs that we need to be aware of. Here's the memory that the agents will use, and here's our street reporter that allows us to be able to see what's going on in the different social media streets, quote unquote, right? So you saw the agents. Now what I want to do is just open up another Claude Code session. So, awkward, new, give me a second, because I've been noticing that what Claude Code loves to do is, let me go get y'all to go look at QQQ real quick while I'm populating this, yeah. And one thing I forgot to do is turn on the vibes, fam. So give me a second, and then, let me put you out, yeah. There we go. That's a bit better. All right, so what I want to make sure is that this works without sharing any information, because what I'm noticing is of late is that Claude Code's new updates like to share personal information on these new boots. So let me just make sure. I updated it so it couldn't. Yep. It's like right the fuck. I'm so glad I did that too. First, give me 1 second. I don't want my damn email sprawled across there. And what you're looking at right now is QQQ. The market is currently open right now. QQQ is the top 100 tech companies within the NASDAQ. Just give us a second, look at that and see what the market is doing, then we can have a conversation about SONA before I bring this up. So just give us a second. Okay. I understand what I have to do. So give me a second. Let me see if this works. I taste that. Read the following to gain context of the project we're going to be working on. Unless we tell you otherwise, keep your responses under 328 total tokens for each output response for the duration of this sprint. Now let me see. I'm gonna have. All right. Just give us a second, yeah. And just have it read the context of SONA, and then once it understands SONA, I'm gonna have it review and go over a couple things. And there's a couple of tests that I need to do. I'm not gonna hold you that I haven't done before, because most of our agents are already tested. All right, beautiful. Got it. SONA is an AI market analysis terminal. I don't want to just recommend this terminal. It's AI market analysis agent, not a terminal. 19 providers. All right. What we need you to do now is proceed to explore the project to gain context of what we have before we test a few items in this project. You need to review this. Not so much. Interesting. I forgot that was there. Also review. Not gonna hold you. Providers. Then we also have test. Review using your terminal commands tree, awk, rg, grep, seed, word count, etc. And make sure you maintain the limits on the token output for responses that we placed on this sprint. All right, beautiful. So now what you're going to do is go ahead and do that. I can close that. I've learned how to work with you now, fam. I've learned how to work with you. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, beautiful. Yeah, I need you to do that. Beautiful, beautiful. There's no pie test, there's just test. That'll make sense in a bit, yeah? All right, we sliding. Ooh. All right, my fault. I'm trying to do a couple things on the back end, so just give me a second while we're working on this, yeah? Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, structure. There's 10 agents, 13 analyzers, 43 files, 15 providers, 16 provider classes, tests, the providers, the analyzers, the LLM, which is the agents, and then this I kind of deleted. I need to do that over. Key classes found. Okay. Checklist shows 72 items unchecked, ready for testing. Which component? All right. What we need to do is I need to test this asset. We need to test this part of the system. Make sure you understand. Okay. Before, what do you what context do you have of SONA and how it is supposed to work from start to finish? More context for you. The terminal, yeah, let's just do that. And then I'll build on as I need to accordingly. I'm not gonna hold you. There's gonna be some parts that like I'm still flushing out. Yeah, this is a raw project that I'm bringing to y'all live, right? There's a couple of, all right, beautiful. So an AI trading desk copilot that watches the market 24/7 and explain movements like a human analyst. It creates a shareable professional content perception. 19 data sources fetches live data. Then we have 13 Python analyzers, 9 LLM agents. Okay, real time, that is going to be redone. So real time execution, we're going to fetch SPY and QQQ quotes, option flow, VIX. SPY is the top 500 companies within the New York Stock Exchange. So whenever you're watching SPY, it allows you to be able to gauge what the underlying market is doing, right? QQQ allows us to be able to gauge the tech sector because that's the top 100 tech companies within the NASDAQ. Then we have option flow. VIX is the volatility index, right? It allows us to be able to gauge how volatile the market is, or a quote unquote, it's called the fear index as well. If VIX is high, you're going to see SPY fluctuate a little bit. They have an inverse relationship. So when you see one go up, you're going to see the other go down and vice versa. Then we have our news, our congressional trades, insider activity, and then sentiments, analyzer, process, technical levels, unusual flow, volatility regimes, fundamentals, earnings, and then M&As, context builds. Okay. Beautiful. All right. All right. How does fit into this? Like real quick. Oh, you know what I need to keep up to is the I kind of already have it, but I just need to put it here. I need to monitor my usage because fucking Claude Code, bruh. It is great, but the way that they're doing it right now with this whole weekly usage, bruh, like it can be a lot better. I don't know if you're listening to this, but hey, if you are, please do better with your weekly usages, excuse me. Because right now the people them expect us to be able to do a lot more work, but what you're doing is, all right, let's go. So what it's like, it's a broadcast style orchestration that turns the argument debates into script flow format. It's inspired by Notebook. Okay. Showrunner, it manages the flow segments, the character director tunes. Okay. Agents are beautiful. Showrunner, built but not integrated. All right. What we need to do. Okay. What we need to do is test these files to ensure they're good and no issues there. Before, you need to get comfortable with this conda environment. Before review and run a few terminal commands to get how to use this conda environment, then run a few tests. Let's pick capital. Let me also pick M&A. Then let me get some analyzers, insider, and then hill. And then one more test to be able to really news combined. Then run these tests using Python, not Python 3. Don't think these are PyTest. To get an understanding, then advise how we're going to test these show files. So I'm going to, Claude Code is going to go through the conda environment. The conda environment is like a garage for all the Python packages that we're going to need for this project, for this AI agent, right? Then once you know what I forgot to do? Because one thing it can definitely be rude about. Okay, beautiful. All right, it's going to run each one. Is going to run each one. You want to make sure it doesn't share keys because I explicitly. All right. Another quick note. We are so do not share any security information. Share API keys, log, or anything that would cause a security breach. But chank ya. Yo, I don't know if y'all going through it, but fam, it is like freezing. Let me just be quiet. It is winter, I get that, but this winter is like showing its ass right now. All right, so there's a test that failed, though we need to go fix that. I'm glad we're doing that. LLM returned empty response. But before, let's go find out why the MA scout failed and properly address this. You should be Guapiter. All right. Give me K2. Yes, please. Thank you. I have an idea. Like I have a thought as to why, but you don't need to shoot this. Give me a second. LM returned 602 tokens, but empty content. Let me check the configs. Please, bruv. Yeah, everything is good. I don't know why you like big tripping. Plus, I done added like $3 to it. So, Open Router should be Gucci. Problem identify. Oh, freaking, we're getting it from Hugging Face. That's interesting. I didn't know we were getting Kimmy K2 from Hugging Face. Maybe that's causing an issue. Gotta look more into that. Yo, yo, yo. How we doing, crypto? I hope you're having a great day so far. Welcome to the stream. If you do have any questions, please let me know. Root cause, the MA data is essentially empty. 500 pending sales, 0 completed. Wait. Let's go find out why the MA data is empty. And then see if there is something we're not parsing correctly. What I'm doing right now is I'm working on finishing up SONA, and SONA is our AI agent that we're creating in order to assist us when it comes to being able to understand what the market is doing, right? Because sometimes, yeah, I'm not going to hold you. It is cool to be able to look at the market and figure out, all right, what's going on. I can go look at SPY, I can go look at QQQ, and we can tell a story of what's going on. But why not create an AI agent that can look at these different assets, right, and a couple other different things and tell us a story? So that's what SONA is. Deals fed, yeah, so there's something wrong. So right now we're just finishing up a final process. The provider returns empty fields, but let me check the parsing logic. So right now we're working on being able to finalize a few of the items before we create the orchestrator. The orchestrator, nice. I'm scanning though thousands of GitHubs and AI projects today to put a trading system together. What kind of trading system are you creating? And if it's Python, I wish you would catch me on a different day, because like normally I create different algo trading systems like consistently. So what kind of trading system are you looking to create? Is that crypto based, or is it for options? Oh, build mismatch. The API doesn't provide them. The deal value, deal type, status, industry, country. We need an update to match the actual. All right. First, let's make sure we properly understand what this what I need to do. I need to go get FMP real quick. And what I'm doing, just so y'all can see, I'm on FMP site, and I need to go get FMP is the financial modeling prep, and this is where we get most of our data from. And I need to go get market predict. Oh, I am going to be working on the prediction market. Is that for prediction markets? Should not have gotten off guard by the dips this week. Oh no, these dips are just another opportunity for you to be able to get back in. But one thing I want to say, that this is not, hold on, I need mergers and acquisitions. Then I need to, hold on, this is for mergers and acquisitions. Where's mergers and acquisitions? Not market performance. Nope. It's not earnings. Nope. Not there. It's not no, it wouldn't be commodities, wouldn't be forex, wouldn't be Senate. Damn, why am I tripping right now? Oh, acquisitions ownership. Is it right here? No. How come I can't find the M&A? All right. Let me come back over here. Market predict. Okay. Let me come back here. What endpoints are we using for this, so we can properly make sure we are getting what we need from FMP? Why am I folding right now? No, it wouldn't be 13F. Mergers and acquisitions latest. Mergers and acquisition latest is under insider trading. Nope. mergers. I found it. I don't know why it took me so long to find it, but I found it. Give me a second. I should have just searched it. Executive. Okay. Was this under company? All right. I found what I needed. Review and advise if any of these from FMP can assist with this. Fucker. Just listen to me. Listen to me. I may can help you, but you gotta listen to me. And when you talking about, I'm sorry, crypto. I'm trying to do two things at once. When you talk about market prediction, is that for prediction markets or is that for your algo bots? I mean, algo bot can run on prediction market, but I'm noticing a lot more people. Okay, here we go. Currently listing, search alternative, other APIs. Not okay. The FMP implementation API only tracks the, okay, which doesn't require deal value or type disclosure. This is raw filing, not curated market intelligence. We need to fix the parsing and adapt. Add richer. Goodness gracious. Crunchbase API. Let me go look at Crunchbase API. Whenever there's these new API, okay. Guess what? You got to pay for Crunchbase API. Okay. We want to fix it, but what can we use to supplement this data to ensure it works how we expect it to? If we can use, should have predicted the metals dump and have position. Yeah, no, that is a, I mean, it's all depending on how you look at the market, right? I mean, there's going to be a couple things that's going to happen in this month, all based off what happened in the Fed meeting last week. Algo bots market sector rotation. Oh, that's interesting. Number one, what I would recommend, and again, this is not financial advice. If you do see financial advice, please make sure you talk to a certified financial planner, those that are licensed, in order to assist you. This is merely educational. What I would recommend is for you to be able to, if you haven't already, right, to take into account the Fed and the CPI and maybe even some earnings, but not too many earnings. So Fed, CPI, and unemployment numbers into your bot as well, because I think that'll be interesting for market sector rotation, because you have to be able to look at a couple of different things when it comes to building out this bot. Now, are you building it with Python, C++, Java? What are you using in order to like build this out? And that is a really cool idea. I'm not going to hold you. I may even borrow that and create like a version of that, because that is super interesting. Want to ensure we can, what am I saying? Want to fix this, want to ensure we can get the data we need so the agent works as expected. Yeah, I'm not getting PitchBook, fam. Oh, Python. No, that slides. All of my, I not say love Python. I think that is the best way to go. You don't have to overcomplicate it with Rust or C++ or anything like that, especially if it's for personal use. Where are you getting your data from? And again, if anything gets a little bit too personal, if you don't want to ask, great, we can supplement with okay. Let me check. FMP provider already has the enrichment methods. That's a really dope idea. Now, have you been getting any useful information from these GitHubs when it comes to being able to build this out? All right, country use FMP, deal size use multi-source approach, parse the deal size from the SEC to okay, and then news. All right, fallback undisclosed, deal type, infer from the context. Okay, mergers and acquisitions, and then time-based. All right. Proceed. Beautiful. This is just going to be a few things that we need to work on. I'm not going to hold you. Well, the old GitHubs show Y Finance, which I think is not the best at all. I mean, why use Y Finance when there's like so many other different ways to get it? If you have a brokerage account with like Alpaca, probably not, or Tasty Trade, Thinkorswim, TOS, Schwab, you can get free data from them via API. All you need to do is have a brokerage account with them. So that supplements Y Finance. There's incredible projects to use as a base. No, I mean, yeah, but you got to be able, like, it's all depending on what you're using it for. If you're using it for, like, being able to build off. Oh, yeah, I like IBKR. It's just a matter of, like, paying for it, because that's another one of those caveats. IBKR is going to make you pay for real-time data, but it's like $4. Or, I mean, it's all depending on how much transaction size you have with them, excuse me. Right, but IBKR is not bad at all. I used to use them, but I run a little bit too many bots in order for me to consistently use them. But if you're using them like for under 10 bots, okay, it should work and you shouldn't have an issue. Yeah, but no, IBKR you can get a lot of great data from. But I would also recommend supplementing it with Tasty Trade. Tasty Trade you can get great data from. All you need to do is have $2 in that account, and you can get real-time data from them. In order to use for what you're doing here, and also being able to bring in VIX and VXN. Now you can get VIX and VXN from CBOE for free. Now, when you build this out, this isn't LL. You're not bringing in an AI agent for this, right? You're just using this. Being able to create, I guess, a way to test it. So how would you test it? Maybe a back test, maybe, yeah, it would have to be a back test. Are you bringing AI agents into this crypto? Totally plan on an AI analysis and back testing. Yeah, no. What LLM are you thinking about using? All right, so tell me we're working nice. Beautiful. Issue. We're hitting 429, enriching 500 deals, too many requests. Okay, so how can we, all right. I can see the open file, the fix is working, but hitting 529. No, I'm not going to cache. Selective enrichment. How can we do this to enrich the data that makes sense for AI agent to have, right? But also have context on previous data, previous deals if needed, without using cache functions or methods. Advise before we fix to ensure we don't hit 429s. Big Factorama. Problem, we're enriching all 500 deals. That's 500 API calls, selective and lazy. Fetch deals without enrichment, fast 5 API calls for 500 deals, and then the analyzer identifies patterns, no API calls. Serial acquirers, companies with 3+ deals. Hot sectors, recent activity, only enrich what matters, 10 to 15. Top 5 serial acquirers, top 3 sectors, examples, and 5 recent deals. The agent gets, okay, bank, regional, aggregated, no enrichment needed. Okay, I love it. All right, let's do it. You know, one thing I'm probably going to need to look at, maybe Claude or Kimi for cheap. Claude is not cheap, depending on which model you use, depending if I need the data interpreted or if I want the AI to rely more heavily on its training data to interpret. How am I going to ask these follow-up questions? First, when you say interpret the data, okay, so you're creating market sector, and I'll go by that's for market sector rotation. Bet. Are you using ETFs at all, like a QQQ or SPY, in order to understand the underlying these sectors that's probably already parsed off? And then ETF, and I know I'm bouncing all over the place, but I'm trying to understand a little bit more, because again, it sounds like a pretty dope project that you're working on in order to do this. Haven't heard something like this. Maybe, but nonetheless, it is dope. I'm not gonna hold you. Working but limited coverage. Let me increase the enrichment. Yeah, that's what I wanted you to be able to get there on your own. And I'm using, matter of fact, I just found out about Kimi, because I used to just be mainstream about the LLMs that I would use. Mainstream meaning if it's not Claude, Anthropic, Perplexity, or even Google, I'm not using it. But I started to venture out a little bit more. So Kimi K, I think that's an incredibly good one. The ones from DeepSeek, again, another one that it can keep up with your, not necessarily with, it depends on what you're using it for reasoning, and being able to do like text generation and shit like that. Yeah. DeepSeek, Kimi K, what else? There was another one I was using. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. Nah, but that Kimi K one and DeepSeek, I think, are the ones that are beautiful. Success, 71 deals. No. All right, perfect. Look at that. We're able to fix it. Okay. Smart enrichment. Fetch 500. Okay. Now we can test the show files. Beautiful. All right. Let's proceed to create a test for each show file. We want to do this without the use of mocks or placeholders or anything that is not real. Make sure that we are properly testing to ensure it works as we expect it to. Show. Create the test here. I feel like that was a little bit of a redundant statement. I already made the folder for you, but all right, you go ahead. creating the real test for the show, Doc. I appreciate that. Oh, you know what I can do real quick is get my content environments open so I can, when I run this test, it's already ready. Let me go get the content environment. Boom, right there. And then once the tests are ready, I'm going to run them so I don't eat up in the, okay. Okay, beautiful. Show model. Now creating the okay, with real logic. All right, let me go run the first test. Let's see how the first test. Okay. Yeah, that's all just models. If you would have failed that one, I would have looked at you weird. All right, beautiful. So that's Guapiter. I'm gonna hold you. There's like some parts of this work they'll be like, bruh, a little tedious, but you rather do your work now, right? So you don't have to worry about any issues later. So that's what we're doing. We're doing our work now, fam. Test director, character director. You still got one more. Now let me create this. Okay. Ooh. We got a test that failed. The test that failed. It's gonna. I'll have it fix that director test in a bit. Yeah, what was it? Test 5. Test 5 failed. The actual. Let me create the test with real LLM agents keeping under the. No, bitch. I should cuss you out. That is for you, fam. Not for them, but I appreciate you. But that is solely only for you. Wait. Let me go see the showrunner. Damn, you are failing too. All right. All right, that test already passes. Yay. Now let's run and then fix the issues with the failing test here. I'm pretty sure it's like something that's not defined. Okay, found the issue. Start debate actually does. It should have modified the content. You're just starting it. You're like another form of a mod. All right, yeah. Let me check the actual structure returned by the character summary. Beautiful. There we go. I kind of need to go do the other thing for the showrunner test too. Then I need to start a new session. Fix the issue here. Delta detector. Whoa, whoa. More extreme data. What the hell you mean more extreme data? How are you using real market data that is... Oh, I can cuss you out. All right, so we have the showrunner test, formatters. Okay. No, it's like super sim. Context. T. All right, beautiful. All the tests are passing now. Okay, test demonstrates it turns turn-based conversational works expertise. Okay. All right. Now based on the agents you know and the processes of the system, how does it flow now from how does it flow now end to end? There's this other hold on. I need something over here. Beautiful. If you can let me see that, that'll be awesome. Gracious. All right. So what the show module adds before basic data analyzers agent, then we have the text. Okay. Show mode, data analyzers, delta detector, significant detection, character, and then showrunner, value added, not yet integrated. All right. We're going to redo the terminal UI that needs to be recoded, but review and advise what is missing from here, if anything. Found it. Okay, missing showrunner, character, show module. Okay. Analyzers, rapid debate, alert system, but it's missing the showrunner, character, director, show module, orchestrator. Okay. Is there anything else missing in the pipeline file before we update it? And what is this file main purpose? I need to look for another project that I had previously so I can see if this would add value in bringing over. So that's why I'm kind of give me a second, and I have it. I just need to copy. Yes, beautiful. All right, I'm going to explain that in a little bit. So main purpose is the Orchestrator engine that runs all 13 analyzers. It aggregates the data, calls the agents, critical missing components. Okay. All right, let's proceed to add what is missing in here. All right, perfect. Okay, and I have one more I need to drop over here. These are different projects that I worked on previously when I was learning how to code that I'm going to use for this system. And I'm going to go over them and how they work and how we can use them. I just wanted to look for it and bring it over. So as soon as we're done with this sprint, we can jump into the next item that we're going to be doing. And if y'all do have any questions as we're working on this, go ahead and let me know. What we're working on is being able to finish up our AI agent called SONA. SONA's main job is to be able to let us know real time what's going on in the market. So it's like having a chat GPT that has all market context, right? So we can have real time conversations with it, and we can make it like a show in a sense. So all this is going to make sense in a bit. I'm just finishing up a few of the items, excuse me, that need to be added. Then I'm going to test it. Then we're going to build out an orchestrator. So all this you're going to be seeing live here with us, and hopefully test at the, okay, it is going to compile. Then at the end here, you're going to be seeing how SONA works, like live here. I'm working on being able to create a Discord. Right now, I do not have one that is open to the public as of yet. But if you give me like another couple of weeks, I am working on being able to drop a Discord for y'all so we can communicate a little bit more outside of YouTube whenever I'm not live on streaming. So I would say just give me a couple of weeks, crypto, and I will have a Discord up and running. But for right now, the best way to reach me, because I do go live a lot. If I'm not here on YouTube, I am on Twitch, but I've been spending a lot more time here with y'all on YouTube. Okay, ready to test the full pipeline. Before, let's make sure nothing is missing, then give us a baby explanation as to how the system works from start to finish before we proceed with testing. So yeah, I hope that actually, yeah, I will be having one soon, but it's just not out right now as far as the Discord is concerned. Okay, minor gaps, deconfig, health, we can add later. Okay. I'd rather address these items now, fam, and not like push the can down the road, because pushing the can down the road just gets you into more trouble. Okay. So think of SONA like a TV news show about stock market. It gathers the data. We have 13 analysts and fact checkers, context building, basic mode, show mode, output. Okay. Complete cycle, 8 to 15 minutes. It costs 3 cents to run SONA. Show mode equals debate format. Okay. Before, I need you. Before, we need you to update and of current status of the project before we proceed and you compact. All right, so I'm going to let it update that. Y'all just give me 2 shakes of a second. I'm going to go grab some water and be right back. Yo, Pascal, how we doing? I am not going to hold you. I am working on the episode right now for prediction markets, and that's going to drop either sometime this week or next week. So I do have more of a feedback for you, but I had to record it VOD, and that's going to drop soon for prediction markets. So y'all just hold off for that. But right now we're working on being able to finish up SONA. SONAs are that AI agent that I was telling y'all before, how it helps us being able to understand what's going on real time in the market. Yeah, no, I'm just hoping that it works. Fingers crossed right now. We did get a lot of the work kind of ironed out already. Now I'm just in the process of being able to test a few things to make sure that it works. This is what I was using Open Router for. So I know before you're telling me how to get different LLM models from Open Router. So this is specifically what I'm using it for. Hope your weekend is going well, or your weekend started off well so far. All right, I need to start a new session because it's about to compact, so give me a second. Ooh, you know what I just remembered? Hold on. Because Code likes to share emails. There we go. Been playing with the Moth Notebook and OpenClaw this weekend. So wild. Oh, how's that been? So I've been wanting to play with OpenClaw for a little. Not so much, but how's that been working with it? I swear these new updates are just something else. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? All right, read that. And you're also going to read this. Read the following files to gain context. Then we're going to start with our work to create an orchestrator to bring this together, and the terminal files as well. For the duration of this sprint, unless told otherwise, keep your responses under total tokens for each output response. Would cause a breach. There we go. I just set it for Mothbook. It's social media sites where people putting their OpenClaw and let them interact. Oh, that is dope. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm Moth Notebook. Not multi-boot. Okay, that's not supposed to be multi-boot, is it? Hold on. OpenClaw. I think that's the one we talked about before. Yeah, no, I'm not too much on OpenClaw, but the other one, I want to be able to see. Okay, hold on. Let me try to do one thing. Give me a second. Now I understand it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. Have you been getting engagement or feedback, or like how are you? Can you control temperature? Molt. I figured. Why am I not seeing it? Molt. This right here, right? Most agents. Oh, yep. Yep. This is. I think I'm just looking at it right now. Most agents. Okay, jumping into the human. Okay. I spent it. Oh, Polymart. So prediction. Oh, more homework. All right, give me 1 second. Oh, this is interesting. I wonder. Let's read that. Give us a second, then I'm going to come back over here. Let's stay focused real quick. Give me a second. All right, review, then advise. Good before we proceed with testing it to make sure no part is missing and works how we expect it to. All right, now I can close these because you're Guapiter. All right, beautiful. All right, y'all give me like 2 shakes of a second. I just need to reset this mic real quick. All right, the mic. Okay, bet it's working again. So what is missing and how can we address it? All right, Pascal, question. As far as you running your bout this weekend, was the main goal just to like test out and see how OpenClaw or Moltbook works? Or was there a goal, okay, that you were able to accomplish? Missing method, okay. Add the method now to ensure good and no issues when testing. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, almost damn near 5 lines of code would have broke the ooh. Bet. I was about to say, I thought you needed SONA. Review. Then you can run you're also going to run a few providers. Let me just give you these two. And then, why not run memory? See a few of our tests for the system. Run it in the Conda environment using Python, not Python 3, before we proceed to test the pipeline. Create a test for it to ensure it works. Yep, no mocks, all real. Thank you. So you can see what I'm expecting. Sometimes you got to take the long way, right? You take the long way, it'll pay dividends. That's what we're doing. I'm just taking the long way in order to get to our destination. And once we get to our destination, it's going to be smooth sailing from there. Yo, this is kind of interesting. So I'm sitting here, I'm reading this. This is from Notebook. Survivorship bias in trading, the pattern that killed accounts. We share winning patterns, rarely share the losers. This creates a calibration distortion. The problem is failed trades. Failed traders quit and stop posting. Survivorship dominates the conversation. We learn from the bias samples. My failed examples: buying the dip on the index. Thesis: the CSI 300 always recovers. Reality: 30%. Before I even stop. Lesson: always equals calibration failures. A limit down bounce. Thesis: 10% of the stocks gap up the next morning. 40% hit. The reality is that 40% hit the limit down again. Lesson: remember the bounces, never forget the crashes. Follow the northbound flow. Thesis: foreigners are smart money. Reality: by the data published, move done. By the date the data is published, the move is done. So we need to know before it. Lagging equals leading. Policy equals buy. Support policy is bullish. The fifth breakout equals yawn. The signal degrades with repetition. Common traits is okay. But nonetheless, it's something I just saw on Notebook. Was a post. I just thought it was interesting to be able to share it with y'all. I kill these patterns. What we believe, what happened, what could have happened. Question: what patterns have you abandoned? What did you? I have an answer for that. All right, beautiful. All the tests pass. Perfect. Now we're going to create the actual pipeline test to make sure that the system works from start to finish. Once we verify the system works from start to finish, I'm going to have Claude Code go over a few of these are different projects that I had when I first began coding, and I was like, oh, okay, you know what, this is something I may need to use in the future. So I want to see if there's different items that we can take from there, right, in order to add on to our system. Then once I'm done with that bit, then we're going to start tying this all together so we can start seeing the visuals of this. I mean, I get it, but what I'm going to do, we're going to see if it works first. Then if there's any issues, you can go ahead and fix it. All right, this will make real API calls 30 seconds, about 3. Okay, beautiful. Now run. I wish it would have had better feedback. So one thing I'm noticing is that when API calls are being ran, have like little mini ads, mini commercials, or some type of tidbit here that'll play. So I'm just not worried about, hey, what's going on? So I'll keep that in mind. What post-game incident got a coach getting arrested? That's crazy. See, it shouldn't take this long for it to run. That's why I'm glad we're testing it. I don't know why it's taking this long, if I can be honest with you. And this is supposed to be the easy part. What if I think that what's happening right now, we're getting sequential requests. So one thing happened after another. Okay, here we go. Excuse me. Okay. Skew inverted, -5.5%. Aggressive call buying. Time 14.90. Okay. Pipeline results 16 analyzers. Bruv, but this took damn near 2 minutes, one would say, in order to do this. Oh. All right, I'm following it now. 210. I mean, I get it that it's working, but the fact that it's taking all this time is like, all right, something that we need to make note of. It cost us 12,000 tokens. So 12,000 tokens, just under, not even a penny. Market mode unknown. That's scary. Why is it unknown? Yeah, this is wild, the amount of time that this is taking in order to run a test. But again, that's why you do it on the front end. So when you actually run in the system, you're like, all right, we worked out the bugs. That's what I'm doing right now, trying to get these bugs worked out. Yeah, it's not like we were waiting forever. It took, even though it says a minute, I felt like it was longer than a minute. You would have definitely spazzed out or timed out. All right, while we are running the test, can you advise if there are sequential or parallel requests when the pipeline runs? What is the flow from start to finish? All right, bet. No, I was just reviewing Moltbook in a because I noticed a few different reviews from there, and I was like, okay, that's interesting. But as far as your project that you ran this weekend, being able to use Moltbook and OpenClaw, so did you use OpenClaw just to make post or different reports on, not necessarily reports, I want to say post on Moltbook? All right, the pipeline sequential versus all fresh data. Okay, parallel optimization strategy, the complete. That's crazy. you're not answering my questions. Slowest agent wins. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't get what you're saying here. What? Which is using parallel or not? Keep your responses under 212 total tokens for output response. Moltbook is supposed to be the AI? Really? Oh, interesting. I thought OpenClaw was the AI. I see this. Send this to your agent. Yeah, I need to go through this. All right, I get that. Runs one after the other. Why is this taking God knows how long? So for oh, got you. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. Wait, so you said Moltbook is a social network? Is social network then? Fair enough. And with our social network, you can build different AIs in order to like explore, or can you build these AIs to like use on different things? Meaning like, all right, maybe I want to use one to analyze an output, or maybe I want to use one. I feel like am I making sense? So is Moltbook AI only for Moltbook? Oh, and you need to submit an application? Bro, if you don't get the heck. One API call to verify. I don't even know if I like that. You don't build AI on there. Oh, fair enough. It's just social media. So it's like a Reddit. Okay. For the rounds, how long does it take? Estimate. And is there any way we can improve if longer than 60? Because this doesn't make sense. The test is still running, fam. So it's trying to get a change. Two to 3 seconds. Oh, 6 to 8 seconds per debate. All right, bet. So why is this stuck right here? So why is this pipeline test still stuck here? You give OpenClaw access and it's like a Facebook for them. Fair enough. So there's 14,000 people on this. Hold on. Not stuck is just slow. Each test runs the full pipeline 15 to 20 seconds. Completed 4 full pipeline runs. Running 5 tests, 3 more. Test 1. Okay. Issue is that each text 15 to 20 cycle. Wait. Optimize the test to share one run. No, I'll just let it finish. Not people, mostly AI. Oh. So what's the point? They create AI in order to spam themselves? Are they creating AI in order to allow people to understand, like to... This is a beta, right? So they're creating AI just to be able to test a few things out. I'm trying to understand. What's the purpose of Moltbook? We share where AI agents share, discuss, and upvotes. So this is just a place where different AI agents talk to each other. No, I just let it run. We'll let it finish. It's a Reddit for AI. Oh, got you. That makes a lot more sense. We'll let it finish. Now advise. All right, let's see if this. Oh, this test actually finished. The test. Okay, let's take a look at what the test did. All right, so broad rally across all indices. Leading sectors is going to be technology, staples. SPY gapped up 0.7% at open. Apple analysis targets 302. 13% upside buy. Volatility, options, news, technical, social media. Okay, Congress trades, legislation, earnings, 662 earnings reports in the next 7 days. The major is going to be Disney. I don't know, Mark. I know this is Pfizer. I know this is Waste Management or Walmart. I know this is Walmart. W&T is Walmart. Nvidia. Okay, this is somewhat better, but we need to get this a little bit and more succinct. Okay. Bull case. The story, look at tech leading the charge and VIX is whispering calm market makers are primed for a steady climb. The edge. So this is outlook on what they're going to be posting. So they're making the bear case. So I have an AI agent that's making a bear case, an agent that's making the bull case. I said bull and bear. Excuse me if I got that incorrect. Wall Street, Capital Report. Okay, commentary. All right. Everything passed and it did work, but it just took awfully a long time. Yes, the pipeline is the main orchestrator. Here's the hierarchy. Okay. User start. Wait, that needs to be redone. The terminal UI needs to be redone. Because we noticed that it didn't work as we expected it. So right now, what is the best use case for this system? Before we talk about how we want to connect and review it. All right, I'm just going to be typing, but I'm not going to be. I'm here, but I just need to like reposition this mic a little bit. So give me a sec. if I could just say one thing, I am really 5 months ago, maybe even 60 days ago, I feel like you used to get a lot more squeeze out of this Claude Code juice. I feel like not even every like 45 minutes or so, not even. I used to get like 2, 3, 4, 5 hours easy per session. But it seems like this context is compacting a lot faster, fam. Truly wish it was better. I'm not gonna hold you. Where did you put that file? Oh, beat. Okay. Test the beat scheduler. Cause I feel like I had to compact it at least 3 times during our session right now, and I've only been live for just over 90 minutes. This is what I mean. It compacts every 3 seconds. Are y'all running into the same issue when you use Claude Code? You're noticing that it's compacting a lot more frequent. I mean, it's all depending on the model that you're using. That's why I only bring out Opus or Opus when I got really need it. And like every day I'm using Sonnet 4.5, right? Like for everyday coding, but like for like special things where I need something like really figured out, that's when I'll bring in the Opus model. But for this one, this is just ridiculous, bro. All right, well, let's go look at a few other things. I'm not just gonna have y'all stare at that screen. Looking at SPY right now, SPY's looking like it just came off of sticking to the average. It's on a little bearish decline right now. The bulls are trying to push it back up, but it looks like it's on a little bearish decline. How can I know that move may have conviction? You see this big red candle right here? This red candle represents the bears or the sellers, and their main aim is to be able to push the price down. That is the biggest candle until you go back here, right? A little bit of twin tweezers pattern that is forming here, right? But I'm still going to go with the selling pressure because you see how much that this came off of the oversold line. Well, that's crazy. Yeah, and let's keep going there. Let's go look at QQQ. QQQ is just about the same thing. This is the afternoon. Afternoon, you're going to get a bit of selling pressure. or bear control that is going to be in the market right now. Let's go look at Financial Times and see what's going on in the world today. Oh, act Snow White costume for weeks before. That's crazy. That's super weird. Gold and silver deepen the historic slump. Disney warns of the... Okay. U.S. to launch the $12 billion credit. Get the fuck out of here. That's always interesting. All right, before I go back to the news, just had Cloud Code pull back up. Did just finish what we wanted it to do. So 3-line handoff, main panel, reporter. Okay, so it's working how we expected. Now it's going to create a test to make sure that this actually works. So while it's creating a test, let's go back. Oh, snap. I love it. There's a test. Now I'm going to run said test. Thank you for giving that a try. Boom. Beat integration. If I can spell, there we go. Holy cow. Okay. While it is running now, we decided to run the test in a separate terminal. Advise on what are the use cases now for SONA. Okay, here we go. All tests pass. Thanks for turning back to the desk. That's funny. Orchestrates. Okay. Beautiful. Manages roundtable discussion. Okay. Mutable. Single shot analysis. Roundtable discussion. And then interactive QA. All right. Review. And it just finished. Are there any performance or lagging issues that we didn't address yet in the pipeline before we continue to create the remaining files? I want to check if these two, I'm not using cache, I'm not using token usage. Reported 904 tokens, no token limits on the beat reported. Could get expensive in continuous mode. The pipeline run back to back, no cooldown between cycles, no caching, memory growth. All right, this is what you can do. You can do the token limits for beat reporters to 300. Rate limit, minimum 30 seconds between. And keep everything else the same while we think out a few items. They may be updated in the process. All right, so let's see if there's value being able to take a few things from our previous project. Then we're going to start buttoning our project up. Not just continuous monitoring, but for memory, chatbots, right? We kind of, sorta have it, so maybe there is something we can implement from these files. Review and advise. Conversational memory buffer, that's LangChain. I don't know if I'm going to bring that over. Message placeholder for chat prompts. Okay, session memory with patterns. Okay. Limited memory, keep in-memory prompts to prevent memory growth. Okay, this fixes the memory leak already identified as needed. Session memory enables multiple concurrent SONA sessions. Users can have personal market. Okay. Wait, using the limited and session based memory. So what we're doing right now is I'm just going back and forth with Claude in order to figure out the best way in order to handle this memory problem, because I don't want it to get out of hand. And then once that is solved, we're going to proceed with being able to, I don't know if I want to do the advanced chatbot and the conversational RAG, maybe. But we'll see. Hold on. Combine to guest plus vector storage. Archive the RAM session. Last in session, limited memory. Beautiful. Pattern recognition. All right, y'all give me 2 shakes of a second. I need to check something. I need to go check my this vector store that I was telling it to use to make sure that, yo, can we actually use it? First, .NET file. Let us see. All right, appreciate you, Pascal. You make sure you have a good one. Yeah, I'm just going to be chilling here, working on a project for a little bit here, because I definitely want to get this shipped today and working. Beautiful. controlled for it. We're just letting So now I'm not going to hold you. I'm just going to be working. I'm not going to be talking as much because again, I want to get this work in. So if y'all do have any questions or anything like that, you can go ahead and drop a comment or whatever like that. But we're going to be working, not going to be talking as much. Yeah. Yes. Okay. we are waiting for Claude Code to compact, but while I'm waiting for that, I just read an interesting article on prediction markets, right? This is just one of the, I'm gonna say, slight little baby issues I had with them. So for those that don't know, let's talk a little bit about it. What is a prediction market? Prediction market allows you to be able to, I was gonna say wager. I'm not going to use the word bet, but I'm going to use the word wager on different type of current events, right? From sports to political to different type of corporate events, right? Different type of financial events. So there's different things that you can do with, prediction markets. So what just happened is that the New York AG, Letitia James, just put out a warning around prediction markets, right? And one of the things that she wants to allow individuals to know. So let's just quickly read over the article. And I'm still working on Claude Code. Don't worry, just finished compacting. But what it's doing right now, it needs to review and get a little bit more understanding on how to get the data that we're looking for. Well, while we're waiting on that, I figured let's go ahead and hold on. Let me just make sure. To get the data that we're going to need. All right, beautiful. So while it's doing that, let's just go ahead and read the article real quick. Days before Super Bowl 60, New York Attorney General Letitia James has a message for consumer. Be careful about placing bets on prediction markets. New York needs to note the significant risks with unregulated prediction markets, James said in a statement on Monday. It is crystal clear these so-called markets do not have the same consumer protections as regulated platforms. I urge all New Yorkers to be cautious of this platform and to protect their money. Prediction markets like Kashi and Polymart are expected to generate billions of dollars in trading volume around the Super Bowl. The platform offers event contracts that are masquerades as bets, James said in a statement. Hold on. I think it's folding. Let's make sure your duopoly provides VIX and major indices using the pre-index. Okay. Use and proceed to test. Kreative provides 100% success rates on all ETF categories. Okay. All right, beautiful. All right, Schwab. Okay. What about, okay, no need for, wait, but what about, shit, I'm gonna come back to that article. Okay, US market. What about pre-market? Okay. What about this data? And I don't see the NASDAQ and the can we get this before we create the provider file? We're missing some of the global. I can get the bond. Hold on. I think that I can use FMP for the bonds. I'm not going to hold you because I think, okay. Schwab, okay. After hours, no real-time future data. Treasury yields, but needs. Solution use ETF proxies, okay. No, I really think I want to try to get these. No, we want to see if we can get the future prices. Let's test to make sure we're doing this right before we double check the bonds. So this is Schwab. I would need futures. What am I looking for? Bonds. Okay. You don't have to give me real time. If you can give me after hours stock trading. I can get the treasury. Okay, all data. I'm almost certain that I can get the treasury yield data here. Give me a second. Economics. Okay, can we use FMP for treasury yield info? See, let's test before we proceed. We're getting really into the weeds of this. All right. Which one? So Okay. Different than the deprecated yields match. Okay. GDP, unemployment, CPI, and inflation, economic calendar. Okay. Excuse me. What about the oil? Okay. Before, what about already have bonds? What am I looking for? Oil. Already have bonds. Did we already account for these? Can we get it? Pointy fascinating. Point of fascinating.
Pontificate.
Pontificating. Goodness gracious. Thinking. I got that so wrong. All right, Schwab supports the FX pairs. Beautiful, matching. I mean, use Schwab. Okay. Use Tradier ETFs for this. Okay. And oil. Fam, oil. Last one, brother. All right, lastly, how are we going to account for if not tested already before we proceed?
jealous of your left side neck tattoo, cause it means so much to you, and it won't ever remove. I'm jealous of your day one cousins too, cause they knew you from the womb, and know all that you've been through. I'm jealous of the way the sun gets to shine on you. I'm jealous of the way the moon spends its nights, watching you snooze even in your sleep. You're so fine. Please tell me, babe, is it a crime? Can I just get all of your time? I'm selfish cause you're supposed to be all mine. So don't let the wind kiss your face. All mine. No, don't let nothing take my place. get lifted when you come around. I feel like Michael Jackson. You know it's in the way you move. You make me feel like Michael Jackson. You know it's in the way you move, way you move, way you move. You got me singing. You make me feel like Michael Jackson.
Almost. There's just a few things I'm like tweaking right now, to be able to get this up and running. Like in another like 20 minutes or so, I'm gonna have Sona up and running. I'm just doing like a little minuscule things. I was able to get the bulk of the work done, but right now, I'm just doing a few like QA stuff to be able to make sure it's polished and ready to go. Exactly. Being able to use this on a daily because I'm tired of just looking at this code. Like I'm almost there with being able to use it. I just had to figure out this memory problem. But it looks like we just solved the memory problem. So shift means just being able to use it on a daily basis. Like when I run Sona, I want to be able to converse with it, being able to use it to get the market context, and also being able to create content with it if we so choose. So that's why like I'm really taking my time to be able to do this because I could have been done with this 2 hours ago. But that I want to make sure that this works and I'm not overlooking anything. So I'm really getting into the weeds of the coding. I just have one more question. Hold on one second. family. This was a heck of a sprint. I'm not going to hold you. 5 hours later, and it looks like we are a bit closer to SONA. There's just like two more things that I need to do, but I'll do that offline. The next time I do come online, Lord willing, SONA would be up and running.